Why, hello everyone. And by everyone, I mean maybe no one. Who knows? I don't know how many people are here. It says 0. Talking to myself, if that's the case. That's okay. I got myself a cup of coffee today because I'm tired today because I took a nap and it ended up being too long. I enjoy naps in warm weather, and today, this afternoon is warm. It's getting colder at night, but the days are still warm and hot. And inside, I had my window closed, so it was hot. Napped, and I didn't wake up for 2 hours. Almost 2 hours. But I did eventually wake up. All right. Alright. For some reason, the output to my headphones is very low, even though I have the volume up all the way. And I don't know why. Yeah. But I see the microphone level is up, so I'm assuming it's fine. Let me know, I suppose, if it's not fine. And if you can't hear me to answer that request, then maybe somebody will say something. All right. So, last night, I had a great session with lots of new stuff. Learned some new stuff. Jason Story was there and helped out. We chatted a little bit, so if you're... Hey Jack, how are you? And you're no one. I didn't do anything between then and now. I just typed out some thoughts and then went from there. Now Jason was kind enough to write to me in the interim and provide some more advice on potential updates for the items module. Which, of course, if I updated the items module, that would impact this module as well. I gotta open this window. There is a thing where, as soon as I start streaming, I suddenly get hot. You guys get me all hot and bothered from streaming, I guess. So, it's a thing. It's a real thing. And, just open the window. What is the weather outside like? It says it's 55, but that's not true. It just hasn't updated. 86 degrees Fahrenheit outside. That's really nice. You know, if I hadn't booked this, scheduled this for 6 p.m., I'd be outside walking right now. Because 86 degrees, that's like the ideal upper temperature for me. The ideal lower is like 78 degrees. I'm very picky about my ideal temperature. And really... Hawaii weather is my ideal weather. One day I'll be doing these streams from Hawaii. One day. If I get rich, I suppose. But, so it might be a long time from now. A little low, huh? I haven't changed my microphone settings, and I see my stuff peaking. Let me bring it up a little bit, and so this is, I think, as high as my microphone goes, and let me bring it down just to make sure it's actually going down. So definitely my microphone goes up and down. This is as high as it goes, and it's definitely pushing it into the yellow from time to time. And I'm wondering, based on your comments, Jack, how far back the stream actually is, how much delay there is. But yeah. So I want to finish, quote unquote. Nothing's ever finished, of course. But I want to get to the point where this is working. And then I want to have a think about the suggestions Jason Story gave about the... Oh, happy birthday! Okay, clearly the delay is pretty big today. Let's see. Your channel. Let's see how much of delay is there. Well, this says 6:05. It's 6:06. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so maybe 90 seconds. Actually, I'm gonna test it. I want to see the delay test here. So I'm gonna go to my clock, stopwatch, and I'm gonna say stopwatch test start. And now. Okay, so when I see that pops up on the screen, maybe it's not 90 seconds, maybe it's less. Maybe it's more for individual users too. I want to see the delay test. I'm going to go to my clock, stopwatch, and I'm going to say stopwatch test start. All right, so 33-second delay. All right. All right. Now I know. 33-second delay. This coffee is hopefully doing a job. I'm not sure. So really, where I left off here was at the point at which we have what Jason perfectly stated called the big red button on loot box, which is generate. That's essentially it. Now loot box manager has a generate as well. But the actual items are going to be on loot box. So I think a public list of items here, generated items, would be appropriate. I might still be going the bull. Alright. Start after 10 seconds. And I say got it. Start. I didn't start my timer though. So this is the problem. Jason's story put a bug into my head about a potential update. See the bull? About a potential update to the items system, the module, and ultimately what might work out to be a much better way of doing prefixes, suffixes, and with that, any other thing, fill in the blank, that you want for your project, whether it be rarity, or affiliation, or disposition, or cleanliness value, or anything like that. Now, these are things that you could define with the custom dictionaries right now, but they don't act the way that prefixes and suffixes act. Prefixes and suffixes act a very special way because they can affect the stat and skill module, and other things can't. But what if they could? In many ways, that would make things easier. It could also make things more simple. In one way of looking at it, it's still complicated, it's still complex, but it would be simplified a little bit. The problem is that now suddenly, with that, I've got my brain working without permission, I might say. I did not give my brain permission to work on this problem, but now that the problem has been posed, the brain is working on it, and wow, okay, that was a long delay. All right, so now we have shown that my delay is 33 seconds, and Jack's delay is way longer than 33 seconds. I didn't time it, but I have to say it's probably like 2 minutes. Wow. Let me jeez. Okay, but I still want to finish it here. What got me paused there was thinking, okay, once a loot box generates the items, I mean, each item has a UID for the prefix, a UID for the suffix. The rest is quote-unquote hard-coded. All the dictionary stuff is hard-coded on the original item value and dictionary value and prefix suffix objects as scriptable objects. So it's, you know, that's fine. So I guess I should just finish this first and then go back and think about the changes, potential changes. Yeah, that seems appropriate. I got coffee in one hand, water in another hand. I'm really hitting the drinks hard. Alright, so generated items should live on the loot box, not on the loot box manager. Excuse me. The loot box manager lives here on a character. It's so weird. When I hear people outside walking and talking, the window's not usually open. So when I hear people walking and talking with my headphones on, it's like a weird, it almost sounds like they're behind me. And it gives me pause. Anyways, the loot box manager. The intent here is to have a loot box ID. This is serializable and have the options like spawn on awake. Do I spawn this on awake? And if so, spawn the loot. And we're gonna actually change this to generate loot on awake. Don't need to worry about that, and change this to generate loot. So this is something that you can have happen on awake, or you can do it whenever you decide to call it. I think it's good to happen on awake, but that's up to you. It doesn't have to be. And when it generates loot, it basically is going to have the loot box generate loot. This manages that, but the loot box doesn't care. All it cares is, hey, I'm gonna generate loot. Generate loot. So loot box generate generates loot. And then it keeps the loot on it. The manager doesn't hold what the loot is. The loot manager is just the manager. It's done its job, right? Unless the loot box itself should be on the object. No, but the loot box can't, because the loot box is a scriptable object. That's why. Loot box is a scriptable object. It can't be on a game object like that. So that's why. And that's why we have loot boxes. Loot boxes just has a list of all the loot boxes in the scene. Or that all the loot boxes in general. Interesting. I wonder if I could update this to automatically populate with all the items. I think I could. Let me see. I'm going to go down a small rabbit hole here, a small tunnel, just to see if I could. Just to see. So we're not actually going to do anything on draw. Well, I guess we can just draw default inspector. We'll keep that there. Change that. Delete all this. Save that. What's the analogy here to draw? Have to remind myself. On Inspector GUI. That's what we're doing. On Inspector GUI. That's what I was looking for. And how do I get target script again? Unity 3D, Unity 3D, custom inspector script. Yeah, scriptable objects themselves aren't serializable, and you don't want to change it at runtime because you'll change the actual scriptable object. So they're good for holding data, but then you transfer or clone the data, the class, into something you can use during the game. That's what I do for the items. If I was really good at singing and I could sing Star Wars theme song, do you think I would get my video demonetized for copyright? Oh, this is different. This is with the new UI elements stuff. All I'm really looking for is how to reference the script properly. I used to know this. Target. I thought it was just target, but it's not. What's going on here? That's still that. Okay. I thought it was just target. Oh. No. Maybe I need to do as loot boxes. Oh, that's it. Okay. So if no script returned, script. Okay, so this should just draw the default inspector for loot boxes. I've got these errors, so I might need to fix these for now. Okay, and then I will add a button, and it will say if editor GUI layout dot button, no, GUI layout dot button, GUI layout dot button, get all loot. Actually, I don't need a button. Just get all loot boxes. Loot boxes. And we will add that down here. And we will say, where's my other code? I'm going to copy paste some code. And that should be somewhere. It should be, find assets. There we go. This. So I actually want to do this in the unenable portion or awake. And we're going to say all loot box, search all folders, all items, and then we're going to say that no, that's not, we're not going to do it quite like this. For each of these, don't need all items, we're going to say if script.loot there's loot boxes. What's the list called? Boxes. Boxes dot get first dot first for default. So this is some code that I was exposed to yesterday, and I just need to figure out where I was exposed to this. Yeah, bring it over here so I can refer to this. First or default. Oh yes. Box dot. Or I guess I don't need. Box, what's that? And first default, new box. Box equals box, new box. Continue. So if it's in there, continue. Otherwise, add it. Script boxes.add new box. Okay, so technically this is supposed to get all the loot boxes in this project, go through our loot box right here, and if the loot box is not already in this list, add it to the list. And it should do that on enable, but I think, is there a different on I can use that makes more sense? I guess on enable is fine. That's what I do there, so I should do it here. That's fine. Okay, so now let's see if it works. I'm going to create a new loot box. Test loot box. I'm going to go back to my loot boxes. No reference. Okay, well, somewhere. 50. Okay, well, let me do a debug log here. New box.name. And let's see if that's what's being null referenced. Hey, Wolf Graphics, how are you? And Tactical Gamer Pro. Didn't say hi to you. I have a bug bite, and I just realized I was leaning my arm on the desk on that section of the bug bite. That's itchy. So Goblin, boss, and then null reference comes from there. Oh, interesting. That's interesting because script should have some pieces too. How about that? What if we do that? Aha, there we go. Okay, so now if I duplicate this bunch and go back to loot boxes, it'll populate. Excellent. All right, so I'm going to remove these. So now this is better because before I was going to say, hey, don't forget to populate your loot boxes, but now that won't be the case. Now the other issue is what happens if I delete a loot box. If I delete loot box 2 here and go back there, there's going to be one missing. So I need to shift everything up one. And so I think before I do gal loot box will be remove empty entries, and removing empty entries will be lower down here, and that will just say, I wonder if there's a method for that. Unity 3D list, remove empty entries. Remove method, remove all. Ah, okay. Remove all, let's try that. So script.boxes.remove all box null. Box equals. How do you use remove all? Dinosaur remove all ends with saurus. Which ends with source. Return. So this is saying if true, then remove it. So if it ends with source, then it will be true, and it's going to just do that for each one. So for me, I just say null. Or is null. Can I do that? Can is null. Oh, jeez. 12 terabyte drive. That's big. This isn't gonna work, I don't think. You cannot be null. Guess I'm not sure how to say if boxes equals null. Maybe box null, like that. Box question mark true false. So if box and false, otherwise true. No, that doesn't work. Nope. You know what? Oh, that worked. I didn't expect that to work. Let me just check something. I'm going to say debug.log count before script.boxes.count. I want to make sure it's not deleting everything, because I should just do it clear or figure out how to make it work. But let's see. Okay, yeah, so it's just deleting everything. Okay. Okay. Let's see what happens if I duplicate this. 4 after 5, okay. I'm going to delete 4, and I'm going to delete 5. Okay, so it didn't actually delete them. So a suggestion from Wolf Graphics is if name equals null, okay, you know what? My goal was to keep the same order that people had, but the reality is if you use this from scratch, you're not going to get the same order. And so the easier thing here is just to say script.boxes.clear. And then to just add them all. And then if I delete box 3, go back there, box 3 is gone. If I add a whole bunch of new ones, go back, they're all there. That's much easier. I was overcomplicating it. All right, so that's good. That's a small thing. I should put a note though up here that this is going to be auto-populated, so people know. That would be nice of me. So loot boxes editor, and let's put label, or let's see, where's my, I've gotten so used to using my custom stuff that box, what did I call it? And I always forget what I call the warning box. Warning box. Box. Custom editor, not custom. Is it custom editor? No. This. What did I call the box? I always forget what I call the box. Text area, nope. Delayed, pools, floats, and objects, pop-ups. Boxes. Message box. That's what I always call it, message box. And message box, I can't actually use this. Ooh, actually, I can use this. Wait, can I? Oh, yeah. Message box. The boxes list will be populated for you and should all loot box scriptable objects in your project. Just make sure you inspect the object as you are doing now after creating new loot box objects so that the list is updated. And message type info, and that's that. Perfect. You need a function bool. that's why I was thinking. I was trying to avoid doing a whole function, and I was trying to do it in just one simple line that just like if null, then true. But wasn't able to figure it out. But it was overkill, I think. Because I don't think the order of this list should matter, because really it's just a reference. Yeah, it's really just a reference. Interesting. Can't change the name. Huh. I wonder why. I'm gonna do something. Debug.log enabled. Huh. Why can't I change the name? That's a little bit of an annoyance. I'm assuming it has something to do with the fact that I've got this script on it, but I don't know for sure. But I do want to change the name. Test. Loot boxes. Yep, because I have this on it, I can't change the name. Interesting. What if I don't have that shown? Nope. What if I don't do my warning box? That wasn't what I wanted to do. Okay. What if I don't do the set dirty? Aha, set dirty makes you not be able to change the name. So I will set dirty only when I make a change down here. Interesting, I did not know that. So if you call set dirty every frame or every editor frame, then you can't change the name. Interesting. Okay, good to know. All right, so now we got our loot boxes. That's a nice little addition. And then, where was I? Before that rabbit hole. I think I was making the boxes generate. Because we got loot box manager. We have loot box itself. So I guess what I want to do is a couple things. On my loot boxes, I want to have a button that will generate the list and show you what is in the list. The final items, and allow you to use that in the game, so that if you don't want to generate, you can pre-generate just by clicking a button, and just use whatever. So it's still randomized, it's just not randomized on runtime. If you add custom code to that, then it would not work though. So I guess I won't do it like that. Yeah, so I won't do that. Because I want people to have custom code. That's important. All right. Ooh. I have seen begin change check and end change check. I've tried to use those before. I couldn't get it working for some reason. I don't remember why. It was a while ago. Maybe a couple months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, something like that. I thought saying dirty just meant there was one flag turned on, one bool or something saying, hey, this is dirty now, save it later. Alright, loot box manager, generate loot, says lootbox.generate. And lootbox generate says first clear current list and clear current list equals generated items.clear, and then okay, so this is where we need to mix these together. Spawned items, item settings, select many, item settings, items to list, and item settings. For each of those, get the items to list. Item setting, so if we go to item settings and items, it's items to spawn cast items. But instead of this, I will say items equals generate items. And so list item generated items equals new list item, return generated items. So this will create all the, this is where all the lists, the items are created right here. I need to set these all next to each other. Where's loot boxes? Loot box. So loot box talks to item settings. Okay. So generate items. generated items. Okay. And then generated items equals generate items. Alright, so this is the list of the items that were generated. And this is, I suppose, the thing that collects all the generated items. And then, just as a test, we're going to say for each loot box item to spawn in items to spawn, we're going to say just generated items.add new item. That's fine. And then okay, and then loot box editor. Very bottom. See, I do it every frame here. Is that bad? Let me just grab a button, then I'll go back to the check change thing. GUI if button test, then loop script.generate. Okay, so it's given me 11, and this one should give me less. 6, good. Yes, there's 6 things, and if I delete that, click test, it'll give me 5 things. Okay, so it's giving me things back, the right number of things. And I'm doing something very bad, so I should go down a rabbit hole is what you're saying? And look up begin change check. So if I'm reading this correctly, the code between these two is the part we're checking, and then inside this method we do things with the code we just checked. So technically, I would say up here that, and down here editor GUI.end change check, do that. Oh, if, I see. So change, do that, and I'm going to say debug.log set dirty. Set dirty, just so I can see it. Okay, so nothing's happening. Test, set dirty. Oh, look at that. Okay. Show full inspector, set dirty. Ooh, turn off, set dirty. Basic armor. Ah, it's set dirty. Alright. Huh. It didn't delete it. When I deleted it, it didn't set dirty though. Add, set dirty. Delete, did not set dirty. Maybe because there wasn't a saved change? Huh, not sure. I don't know. But that seemed to work. I'm not sure why I had trouble with that before. It seems pretty straightforward. I mean, that means that there's really more optimizations I could do as well. I could do this for each method in here, I suppose, rather than doing it just on the whole thing. No, my friends would never give me bad code. I mean, not on purpose. Oh, you have to add to the button function, I see. Okay. I forgot that I have my own version. So I could do in here. Not sure why I would want to do it like this. I could do it like this. that worked. And then so in my buttons, exit GUI. That's probably why, because I exit GUI. So I should set dirty and then exit GUI. So what I should really do is change this to be set dirty. So if set dirty, and then exit GUI. Bool set dirty equals true. Ooh, I don't have set dirty here. Oh, because I put my set dirty elsewhere. Alright, never mind. I'll just do 2 lines on the other script. That's fine. It's not an issue. So every time I exit GUI, whoops, I need to set dirty. Okay. And that means I need to go to my other editor. Oh, where do you need to go? All the way down there? Box items editor. Do that here too. And then do up here. Draw. Begin check change. And end check change. Huh, okay. Well, thank you for this. That was helpful. And now I'm going to have to update all my other editor scripts. But at least it makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure why that was confusing before. I really don't. That was quite easy this time to get my head around, so who knows. Maybe I'm just smarter now. Maybe I got smarter in the interim. Who knows? Who the heck knows? Okay. Okay. That's great. Okay. I got sidetracked, but these are good sidetracks. All right. So now we had generated items, and it that was the whole point of this test button. And so test. We don't need to keep this, but I'm going to comment it out for now. I don't think I'm going to have a test button, but I'll just comment it out for now. And then, so script generate, loot box generate, clear the list, generate the items, give a count. It's fine. Where's my... Oh, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Wait just a damn minute. I don't want to generate it on the loot box, because that's the scriptable object. I want to generate it. Well, let me talk through my thought process here. This is referencing, this is a scriptable object. It's a UID of a scriptable object. Loot box manager essentially finds the loot box by that scriptable object UID. It links the loot box into a private here. The loot box itself is a scriptable object. It doesn't get saved. The data won't be saved. So if I load that data, I'm going to have to copy it into here, someplace that can be serialized anyways. So it makes no sense to me to have the actual result of that ever live on the loot box itself. Instead, this should live on loot box manager. And essentially, generate will do clear the list and generate. And then do something with the list after that. Custom code area. And this is where we're going to have our generated loot list. Public list item loot. Just loot. Or generated loot. We'll call it generated loot for now. Keep the naming going. And then we will say generated loot equals that, and that's just gonna have to pass something back. And then loot box will do none of that. It will just return public return list item, and it's going to return that list item. And generate item just does this, gets a bunch of stuff. So you could technically call this many times, and it would just keep returning stuff over and over. Okay, that works. And then not sure why this isn't generate loot. Shouldn't it show up here? I'm gonna put debug here. Debug.log generated loot.count items. All right. Let's see if that works when I press play. Oh, okay, it just didn't show up. Let's see what happens. All right. So it's generating empty items, but sure enough did generate a bunch of items. All right. So that's why I call progress. All right, so this is going to live here because this is the thing that you can serialize. What you're really serializing is the UIDs here. The rest have to be earthquake. Hold on. We're having a little earthquake. That wasn't very big. And it's over. Hold on one second. I'm going to check on my mom. That wasn't very big, but I'm going to check on my mom just in case. Earthquakes are fun when they're not big, by the way. My mom didn't even feel it. What the heck? Turns out. I don't even... It was very small. From my perspective. It could have been hundreds of miles away and huge for all I know. Yeah, let me just... But then I had to hear stories about COVID and other stuff. My mom had gone to a funeral in another state, and she has the contact tracing app, and it turns out she was near somebody else who also has the contact tracing app and then was tested positive. So that's that. I'm actually looking up just to see earthquakes. Not significant ones. Latest earthquakes. Yep, there it is. Oh, it was actually close. It was only a 3.2. There's only 3.2, and it was only like 10 miles away. Yeah. Small. 3.2. That's it. For those of you who aren't in earthquake areas, 3.2 is the point at which like you can kind of feel it, but you're like, you know, like my mom, she's not far from here, and she didn't feel it at all. She just didn't. So there you go. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, it's all okay. Earthquakes are quite fun, I have to say. As long as nobody gets hurt, it's kind of like a roller coaster, a surprise roller coaster ride. And then everyone gets to talk about it, and if it's big enough to make things rattle, then everyone really talks about it, and all that. We always just hope it's not big enough to make things rattle till they fall down on our heads. But that's very uncommon, you know. I'd rather live in an earthquake zone than a tornado zone, or a hurricane zone, or a blizzard zone. Those zones seem much, 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 much scarier than an earthquake. At least they're predictable, I guess, but... Alright. The excitement's over. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, we're generating items. Perfect. Alright, so... this is great. This is great. We're going to loot box generate. Loot box generate. There's a potential for additional code here. So I'm going to just put that here, and it's going to be custom code zone. There's a potential for custom code in your project to go here either before or after the generation of loot. And then we go to return generate items. This selects all of those, and we're going to item settings. Let's see. Let me remind myself how that actually works. Item settings as items, and generate items. And this is the generate items. We don't need this part down here. Generate items, custom code zone. There's potential for custom code here as well. Alright, so this is saying generate items, new list item. For each item to spawn, generate random one. So this is what we're adjusting this here. And so the first thing we need to do, find out if we will even generate the next item to spawn. So I guess I can put that in here still. So we're going to search, find or determine if we will generate this item to spawn, and then go from there. And to generate that, we are going to say spawn chance int index. Where do we use spawn chance? Spawn chance I. Where's int I? What's int I? I have to spawn. So that's the index. So I'm going to item to spawn index. I'm going to specify that very clearly. I mean, I guess it's obvious here, but still. So if, and that means I need to change this for to be a for int I equals 0, I is less than items to spawn dot count I plus plus. I don't know why that's now hidden. Why is it doing that? Oh, because we don't do any code in it. Silly me. So the first thing is we will cache the item to spawn. To spawn. Oops. Loot box item to spawn. Item to spawn equals items to spawn I. Alright. So if spawn chance I how about this? We will cache that to float spawn chance equals that. If spawn chance is less than 1, then we'll check it. Otherwise, we'll keep going because it's going to go. And if random okay, so this is where a custom code opportunity comes into play. Usually we just roll the dice. Random, between 0 and 1, get a float, or whatever, you know. But you might want to augment that. So if get random float is less than or equal to spawn chance, or is it, if it's greater than spawn chance, then we will return, or continue rather. And get random float, we are going to say float random float equals random dot range 0f 1f, and we have to specify this to unity engine dot random dot range, I think. Yeah. And then, whoa, no, not that. Return random float. And I'm actually going to specify two float values here. Float min equals 0f and float max equals 1f. So you can change those values. Min, max. And custom code zone this here. You can change this code to augment the chances of well, to weight the results however you'd like for your specific project. I'll tell you why. Walking through why I'm doing it like this. Let's say that in your game, you know, everything's equal here, 0 to 100% chance. You're just gonna get a number. But if you want to say, hey, when the player is in some heightened state, let's say they've got a buff on them that makes them luckier, you might say, oh, get random float min is 0.1, and now, you know, there's a greater chance that they're going to get a higher return, or the opposite. For my project, Legend of the Stones, there is a luck value, and I will probably have a party luck value, which is kind of like the average of the entire party's luck, and I will probably end up getting 2 floats, and from that saying, give me the better of the 2. In some cases, the lower is going to be the better. In some cases, the higher is going to be the better. So I'll specify that. But give me the better of the 2 if the player is lucky. If the player is not lucky, they just get the first one. But if they're lucky, then they get the better of 2 rolls. And so that's how I'm gonna, you know, use luck in Legend of the Stones as a stat that, you know, impacts the game in various mysterious ways. Yeah. So this is where the custom code goes. Otherwise, it's just going to return a straight random number. But I expect, and I really hope people do, if they use this module, I do hope that they customize the code, because I think it's exciting to be able to modify things to be specific to a project. And I'm going to put here custom code zone. And let's see. Okay, let's see. All right, so that's the first thing. So spawn chance will always return, or spawn chance will always return 1 if it's forced. Otherwise, it queries the value from the curve and returns a 0 through 1 float. And so we're just checking against that. Okay, and then after we check for determining whether it will actually float. And I guess I could say if it's less than 1 and this, and continue. I'll just leave it at that. I guess I do want to say custom code zone, just as a super reminder there. And if it's going to spawn, now we need to figure out what it is. So determine which items object if this will be pulling from. So as a reminder, or for those who haven't seen the last couple of streams, each loot box has these various item settings, and so for this one, well, let me actually use this one. For each one, these could be any number of loot box items. Move that down. Out. Actually, I should loot box items here. Sorry. On loot box items, there could be any number of parent item objects. So each one currently only has one to choose from. But if I create a new loot box item, this loot box items can have multiple. So we can say, oh, we want, it could be gold. And from there, I'm going to add the large pile of gold. And then from the quest items, I'm going to add the crystal skull. And I'll add this and this. And then from the items demo here, let's add chain armor and some prefixes and suffixes. So each one of these could be one of those. And then when you go to the loot box itself, I could say add something from there, and from there I could say add an item, and it could be a random thing. So if this is random, then these are all going to be random as well. But I could say, just give me one of these. Just give me something from these lists. I don't care what I've preset here, what they might be. It could be any of these. I don't care what it is. Well, what happens if I delete this? Does this throw an error now? It does. It does. All right, let me fix that. I just realized that that would be a thing. And so let me fix that first. So this is the editor. One of the first things I need to do is check for missing items or loot box items. So let's do that, and we're going to say script.loot loot box items. Loot box items in script.lootbox items. I think, right? What is this? What am I doing here? What is the loot box item settings? Where am I specifically missing it? Change the moved it down. Shoot. Okay, let me just recreate the error so I can figure out where the heck it was. Okay, 616. Specifically, item settings. Loot box items. Okay, so that's fine. That's good. So for each loot box item settings, items settings in scripts.lootbox dot item settings, and then for each loot box items in items settings dot loot box items items what C16. Item setting loot box items. Oh, so I guess it's not a list, so okay, that's fine. So if then equals null. Can I do that? No. Okay, wait. I gotta get my head wrapped around this. Why is this technically going wrong? This object is gone. What am I trying to remove here? Can I do this? No. Won't let me see it. Okay, what am I trying to do here? I think maybe that's what I'm trying to do. Or not. Let me just comment all that out for now. just to get rid of it so I can see what the heck's going on and remind myself what I'm actually missing here. Loot box items. This is the issue. This loot box items was removed. Therefore, it's none. So I'm trying to say for each item settings. Okay. Ah, there we go. That should do it. Let's see. Alright, that did it. Alright. Re-add the code here. Alright, so now again, if I add a test, I just want to confirm this works. Create a loot box item, and then go to my loot box. I'm going to use that item, and then go back here, delete that item, the loot box items, and go back here, and it's perfectly fine. Alright, good. Alright, that was another little rabbit hole, but that was good to solve that bug now before it comes up later. What was I doing before all that? I think I was making loot, and I was here. Which items to be pulled from? Okay, so as I was saying, for each item, and we're going through each item here, it could be a set one or random. And the actual script looks like this down here. So items to spawn, and you can see this one's items. Now if this is null, then it means it's random, but there's also this down here that specifies it. So if I did add one more item here and say random, then the third one down, the third index here, would be random items right here, and everything else random too. So we will specify that, and we will say items to use equals get items and I and then this will say if I guess we'll just pass in items to spawn. That would make more sense. So if items to spawn dot random items, or really if items to spawn dot items, yeah, okay, how about that? If not items to spawn dot random items, and I mean it's gonna break if either way, so yeah, if it's broken like that, then there's nothing really I can do. I don't think I can account for that. So if it's not going to, then return items to spawn dot items, because that will be populated. That's the idea. Otherwise, we're going to say return item to spawn dot, or no, return items. Where's my list of potential items? Parent items, I think it is. loot box items. Loot box items dot parent items. Unity engine dot random dot range 0 through loot box items dot loot box parent items dot count dot items. Parent items. I think that's right. Yes, that returns the items. Okay. Thinking I actually want to return the loot box parent item. So because if the other ones are random, I'm not pulling from the whole list. I'm only pulling from the subset list. No, this is fine. Okay. Items to use. And then determine the item. Determine the item itself. And so item to use. Is going to be get item to spawn. Why did this happen? Oh. Okay, apparently get item doesn't, it's restricted. And then this is going to say if not random item spawn. Just got random items, not random item. Then return the item that we've selected. Otherwise, we need to first get the parent items. So loot box parent items equals get loot box parent items, and we're going to pass in items to use. Items to use. Pass in our items to use. And this one will return parent items, and we're just going to say loot box items dot loot box parent items dot first or default box x dot parent items dot items equals items to use. No. Where was my first or default code? Ah, I was just doing the wrong thing. Okay. So from the first one that matches that, because I'm looking for the parent items, which is going to have a subset of actual items from this larger items list. So loopbot parent items, and now return parent items dot random dot items unity engine dot random dot range 0 through parent items dot count. So that should return a random item. And now that we have that, determine the prefix, and it's going to say and create the object. So we're also going to create the object here. So ooh, I just sneezed. Thank goodness for the mute button. So we're returning a clone of that item rather than the item itself. And then we can say item to use new item. We'll just call new item equals that. And then we can say new item dot prefix equals get item get prefix, and we need to pass item to spawn and items to use. And in this one, we are going to say first, if item to spawn dot no prefix, then we return null. Otherwise, if item to spawn dot random random prefix, then return prefix, or item to spawn dot prefix. So if we're not doing a random prefix, do that. Otherwise, do very similar to this, parent items, and then parent items dot prefixes dot round range prefixes dot clone it's not dot clone. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for suffixes. So get suffix. No suffix, random suffix, and suffix. Suffixes, suffixes, okay, and suffix. Okay, and that should be it. Now the item is created, and we will say we then populate the UIDs. So this is going to be new item dot prefix UID equals new item dot prefix dot UID, and new item dot suffix UID equals new item dot suffix dot UID. But that's only if it's only if these get populated. So I'll do this. How about this? If there's not no prefix, then we will do a prefix and then set the UID. And same deal here. If there's not a suffix, we'll get the suffix and get the UID there. So now we should have the complete item with the saved UIDs, which is the part that gets serialized when you save game data. That allows you to reconstitute the values, essentially. And so we will say generated items.add new item. And that should be it. There's potential custom code zones here, though. Here and here, and also here, and also here. And I'm going to add these here. You can change the code with the results however you like. Okay. All right. Let's see if it works. So it should generate here. Press play. Oh, index was out of range. WTF. What index was out of range? How is that even possible? Okay, and then let's see. Wow. All right. It shouldn't be looking for prefixes here. Gold, because there's no prefix. Oh, I need to check for that too. Or, I mean, technically, if that doesn't exist, then this should exist, but... Alright, so that means I just need to say, if no prefix in it, or if I so have that prefix, or prefix, items to spawn, item to spawn dot prefix. Return null. Or rather than putting that here, I actually should put that here too. Just might as well. But also, up here. Okay. Try again. Alright, it generated 5 and generated 6. Now, every time we play this, it should be slightly different. 5 and 8 this time, because of the random chances here. So now, so we have our items now. Oh, it's here, yeah. So these are generated, we got Seed of the Evertree. Our loot demo, quest items. We have a large gold pile, nice. Medium gold pile, nice. Small gold pile, I'll take it. Ooh, leather armor, interesting. Got some leather armor here. Did we get any leather armor with prefix and suffix? Ooh, we got broken leather armor. Alright, and that's the prefix UID for broken. So we got broken leather armor. We got some chain armor. And we got some more chain armor. Okay. And on level 1 enemy, the generated loot is going to be small shield and chain armor and large gold pile, small gold pile, and small gold pile. So let's play again and see what we get. So this time we get 3 small gold piles, chain armor, and leather armor. And on the goblin boss, get the quest, Seed of the Evertree, large gold pile, plate armor, and small shields. And this is a broken small shield, and something like that. So now, if we change our settings here, goblin boss, let's say, okay, for the rich house items, I'm going to add a new one, and it's going to be magical random item of light, 93% chance. So if I press play, go to my goblin boss, and we now have one of these magical chain armor of light. There we go. So that's the essential bit of how you set up items to be spawned and then set them to actually happen. Now I'm going to say force this one, but don't force that one. So I want to force the magical one. Actually, I'm not going to force either of them, but I'm going to say move the magical one down. I'm going to change the values here to here. Now there's only a 20% chance that the oh, I need to add this method here too, that the magical one will spawn. Let's press play. And goblin boss. we did not get the magical one this time. But what I can say is we're going to add a few more things. This is going to be all from inventory demo. And we're going to say ancient, powerful, and magical again. And we're going to go chain, leather, plate, of fire, of cunning, of light, or just no suffix for that one. And we're going to stop after the first failure. We're going to change this higher, change this higher, change the curve here. So now there's a pretty good chance that we're going to get a bunch of these. So we got a bunch. We got the magical one, powerful leather armor of cunning, magical leather armor of light, the chain armor, nothing. So I did not code for this yet, though. So I need to code for that. And so so this basically is where it says continue, but if I have this checked, then I want to return, not continue. So we will say here, can I do this like this? Stop after first failure, question mark, return, otherwise continue? No, can't do that. Okay. If stop after first failure, then return, otherwise continue. Why can't I return? Oh, return generated items. All right. So now if I change this curve to be more harsh, then there's a very low chance of getting those other items. Let me just print out what I'm doing, what the debug log is. Just want to ultra confirm all this. I'm going to say won't or debug.log won't create an item here, and then I'll actually put that up here and say debug.log stop after first failure is true, returning. And then otherwise, say created, generated new item dot full name. Let's see. See if that does the trick. Generate small gold pile, blah, blah, blah. Won't create item here. Stop after first failure, returning. So that's something goblin boss, so I believe small gold pile. No, must be the level 1 enemy. Small gold, small, large, small shield, chain, armor. Stop. Generate 5 items. Then on the goblin boss, we have Seed of the Evertree, large, small, medium, small, plate armor, won't create armor, stop after first failure returning, generate chain. So if we go back to goblin boss, we can, this one stop. If we make the basic armor not stop, then we should get a lot more. So let's try it again. So this, yeah. So won't create, won't create, won't create, won't create. Wow, it only created a chain armor. Or plate armor. Yeah, so it only created 1. And the rest failed. Ooh, that's just unlucky, really. Because the odds are that one of them would have. Let's see what it does this time. So this time it worked. The first one, created probably broken. Oh, it didn't say broken leather armor. Why not? Why not? Oh, no prefix. I see. We're in basic here. Okay. Oh, also I was on the wrong one. Huh. Small shield. It's not giving me the full name. How come? Okay, let me make these more robust. Loot box items. For index I. Okay. Full name. Full name. Alright, so that should be giving us the full names. Interesting that it's not giving us the full names. Basic armor. Is null or white space. Return false, so it does have a prefix. Generate. Then I'm just going to do one other thing here for each item in generated loot debug.log item.fullname. Oh, is there a difference between this and uppercase full name? Interesting. It's not giving me. You can see the space here. So it's definitely like doing this. It's just not doing prefix name. Oh, I'm not saying the prefix name as I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, so I think I need to update this script to say private string prefix name and private string suffix name. Get prefix name. Get suffix name. If not has prefix, return return default. And same here. Has suffix, and then otherwise if not string that is null or white space underscore prefix name, and then return prefix name. Again, same down here, but for suffix name. And if that hasn't been populated yet, then underscore prefix name equals prefix dot name and return underscore prefix name. And same here, but underscore suffix name and suffix. Okay, so now you don't have to set these yourself. They just are. I could probably do the same. Set prefix from UIDs. I think now that I did that, well, actually, I just call this get suffix name. Can I just do that then and be done with it? If that's the case, then I can get UIDs too. No, I can't because we have to. Well, yeah, I'm rambling. Whoops, rambling. Okay, so that worked. Powerful leather armor of cunning. All right. So now we have a system that creates all the loot for us. I do want to see, can I make this better by oh, I just want to move these down here. Can I say the same thing for prefix UID and suffix UID? There's a lot more that goes into those, though. Let me see what the inspector looks like. It doesn't say the name. Yeah, that's fine. That's a nice little improvement, I think. Okay, so we have all these debugs. Let's remove these debugs. Debug.log. Not here. I don't know why. Okay, so remove those. And remove this. Remove this. Move this. Move this. Okay. Did I remove them all? I did. Okay. So we got all our items perfectly being generated randomly at runtime. That's great. Now, this, as our box manager says here, do something with the list. Custom code area. So, custom code zone. Now, you have a list of items. What are you going to do with it? This portion is entirely up to you and your project. In the demo, I'm using the inventory module to put these items into the actual box using that module. In some cases, not all of the items we just generated will even fit. But your system may not be using the inventory module. And if that is the case, then you'll want to remove the code below and write your own system to handle the list item that was just created or just populated. And that's this is where the modules do take some intermediate coding. You have to be able to code. They'll do a lot for you, so it's now easier to set up items, easier to set up potential items in a loot box. But what do you do with those? What do you do with that? I'm gonna use it with the inventory. That's what we're gonna do next. But really, that's the big question. What do you do with it? How does your game work? You've got this list now. What are you gonna do with it? Yeah. And if this happens at Awake, obviously I'm not going to display it yet. The inventory module will do that for me. But, this is one of those things where maybe you don't want to populate it until the user opens it. Because, if you are doing augments to the list, like from luck or something, you wouldn't want to populate it when the scene loads, because maybe the player has, a luck value of 10, but then when they actually open the box, they have a luck value of 50. So you want them to be luckier. So in those cases, and this is probably with Legend of the Stones what I'm going to do, I'm not going to populate the list until the player opens the box. Unless it's already been populated before. And that's just something to have to code for as well, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that should work. So, for my purpose, however, we have a box manager here attached to the Goblin Boss. And since the Goblin Boss, whatever it is, now obviously it's an empty object. It could be a character, it could be a treasure box, it could be a bag, it could be whatever it is. It doesn't matter. All I know is it's an object that has a loot box manager, i.e. randomly generated loot at runtime. That's what a loot box manager is, from a predefined set of potentials. And a box manager, which is an inventory manager using the inventory module, a visual inventory system. So if we look at that code, we have to figure out where we need to add the stuff. So this is our item list here. And in my last thing, we had got clicked. And this is a demo script. This is important to point out that the box manager in the inventory module is itself a demo script. It's in the demo namespace, as you can see. And the instructions here are that, hey, this is a demo, but take from the script and add it to your own. And that's an important consideration as well. So just something to keep in mind. But our previous iteration where we just populated it here says we got clicked, and then we set up the available items. And we do the panel stuff. And what's set up available items? If it is set up, we're going to return. Otherwise, we're going to do the spot set, populate items list, and okay, and each item in the item list. You know, I didn't add here. So if it can't fit, I want it to remove itself from the item list. So I'm going to put an option here though. So bool remove items if can't fit equals false. So if not remove items, then continue. Otherwise, we're going to remove it from the list here. So so what do we do? Actually, let me undo that. I have a list of items here. I want to add them to the box here. Setting up available items is something I can do a different. Let's see. Item can fit into this inventory. Okay. So I'm going to separate this out. So that populate items list happens outside of this. And spots gets up outside of that as well. Do I want spots to be set up outside of that? Public void add loot box item to list. So I do have will fit, don't I? Yeah, I've got that right here. And it's going to return the spots, and essentially will fit will just be, you know, this means false. But it needs to have spots set up in order to do this. I wonder, does this have a bool saying I've been set up? It's set up. Okay. Oh. Oops, that's wrong. Spots. Is set. Okay, so do have this here set up. Okay, so what I can do is do spots set up down here. This will not do it again if it's already been set up. Okay. So welcome back, Jack, by the way. Yes, this is the inventory system. The box manager is part of the inventory system. It's a demo script, but these methods are essentially steal these methods types of things. Because the inventory system is more... I'm not sure the term. New item. So, add box. The first thing we're going to do is just say spots setup. Spots.setup. This will set up the spots object if it isn't already. Alright. And then we're going to say this. Let's call it item, I guess. If we can fit it. And this is where I actually am going to create a new method here. Oh, interesting. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm not doing this yet. Not doing. Okay, let me do this first the way I want it, and then I can go back and change this if needs be. So I'm gonna just throw in all the items, and if it can fit, if it can't fit, I'm just gonna do that. Continue. And then otherwise we're going to say just return, actually. No, not continue. So if we can't fit it in, it returns. It's been very quiet. Oh, and the bull, you're back too. I didn't even notice. Sorry. I'm so and Tyler noticed. I am oblivious. I am embarrassed with my obliviousness. Tyler noticed you were back, the bull. I didn't, and then I saw Jack, and I started talking to Jack, and I didn't even acknowledge that you were back because my eyes didn't go up. Oh my gosh. If this were a party in person, I would not have made that mistake. I don't think. But it's not a party in person, and so I made that mistake. My apologies. But yeah, it's been very quiet for a while. I've been looking at him like, oh, nobody's talking. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to talk. It's perfectly fine. I assume people are still listening and doing their own thing, which is great. So for this one, this is adding one item at a time, and in this setup, available items, we actually are going through the item list. So what I need to do here is say item list.add, and then we're going to say item.clone. So I'm making another clone of this item, so we're going to add a clone to it, or of it. We can fit this item. We know where we can fit this item. And so now we're going to copy this code and put this here. And I need to make sure I'm pulling the right one now. So now item is going to be equal to item list item list dot count -1. So basically get the last one. And then so this is clone the item and update the item variable. Okay, and then item full name, blah blah blah, inventory items. This is inventory system. Oh, we're making another clone, so I don't need to do the clone. Oh no, that's cloning this, so I still need to do a clone. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Item last time added. Inventory last. How did this work sometimes? I always find this doesn't always work. I'm not sure why. Like, shouldn't this technically be able to do the same thing? Huh. Alright, maybe it does work. Set value to those spots, and that should be it. Yeah, I need to update my list. I've got these songs, and there's not that many. I need to update it with some of the actual Infinity PBR music. As Jason pointed out once, he asked if it was, and I was like, no, it's not actually. But I should add some, but I just haven't. That way, there's more variety too. This should be it. Okay, let's just see. See, is there any bugs here? And if there's no bugs here, then we'll press play. And it should populate, and then oh, I actually have to call that code though, and so I'm going to say add loot box to the loot box manager. And this we're going to go for each generated loot or item in generated loot, generated loot. First, let's say box manager, inventory module box manager, demo script. Be very explicit here. Equals get component box manager, and get component. For each one, we're going to say inventory box managers dot add loot item to the list, add item. That's it. That's how we pass it to the inventory. Yes. When I concentrate, I stop talking, because talking does actually decrease my ability to do stuff. Alright, we got a bug. What? What's this? Where's this coming from? Oh, that's because I haven't set up all the items for the inventory system. I remember I was thinking I need to do this earlier. So let's do that now, because I want to, I like having the gold pile demo and stuff like that. So let's do that now. So if we go to the inventory demo items, we can see we need inventory width, inventory height, inventory object, spot, etc. These are all set already, which is nice. The ones that aren't set are these down here, these two essentially, gold piles and these things here. So I'm going to delete these two because I'm not going to use them, so I'm not even going to set it up. And we'll keep those. I wonder, though, before I do it, what would happen if I delete the small gold pile here to my loot box items over here that makes use of the gold? That's a good question, and I think I need to answer it. Earlier I did run into the same problem. If something gets deleted, it's gonna freak out because suddenly it's not gonna be here anymore. Specifically, this is going to be gone. So we need to, on lootbox items editor, or on lootbox items, the editor. We'll do it on the editor. We're going to do, where's my lootbox editor? Lootbox. It's not up anymore. Lootbox editor. Check for missing lootbox items. And in my lootbox items editor, we're going to do check for missing items. And this one simply goes through all those. And this one's going to do something similar. And we're going to go to our lootbox items, gold, and we're going to say for each lootbox parent items, and then lootbox parent items, oops, parent items, and then we're going to say for int x equals 0, x is less than parent items dot items dot count x plus plus, and we will say if parent items dot items dot items x dot items, if we basically don't have items equals null, then we're going to say script dot, or just parent items dot remove at x, and then exit GUI. And we're going to do the same for the prefixes and suffixes, I believe. Prefixes and suffixes. So suffix. Oh. This just holds the UID. To write some methods here. Public bool items still exists, and if parent items equals null, then return false. Return true. And public bool item. Item still exists. String UID. Return. See if I can get this right. Items dot first or default x dot UID equals UID. If return first or default equals null, what's going on? Okay. Items first or default. So return whether that exists. No, can't do that. Can do that. Okay. Okay, so return boolean, does it exist? Is that null? So is that not null? So return if this is null, then it will return false. Right? This is there. If it's not null, then true. Yeah. Okay. And prefix still exists. And suffix still exists. Suffixes and prefixes. All right. And we should also remove empty item objects, or just remove empty objects. Maybe I'll do that down here. Public bool void remove empty objects. So for this one, we'll say for int I equals items dot count I minus minus count minus 1. I is greater than or equal to 0, I minus minus. And then if items I dot UID, or I guess be parent items items, okay. Dot items equals null, then remove then items dot remove at I. We'll do the same for prefixes and suffixes. Hello, Fredo. How are you? Prefixes. So this is really going to be string.is null or white space prefixes. No? Wait a minute. What am I looking at? I was looking at the wrong thing. Ah, shit. Shouldn't have done that. Okay. And then from here, first we're going to go to parent items dot remove empty objects, and then go through this list and remove at each of those. Okay. And what am I looking at here? This is a loot box parent items. So that was a good test of this because I totally just added a bunch and it's now saying, nope, can't do that. You can't just add them. They have to be added with the actual stuff. Because lootbox parents needs mods, it can't just be empty. Okay, good. So that, I think, so that solves the parent items, and then let's test this. If I go to my items, my gold, add a new one, test pile, and then I go over to lootbox items, gold. I'm going to add gold test pile to my list. And then I'm going to go even further and say that this is going to be gold test pile. Now let's see what breaks. Delete the test file. Alright, it's still listed here. And it shouldn't be. So this is, what is this? What script is this? This is the lootbox items. So lootbox items editor. It's clearly not working here. It's not here, so clearly it's not checking it properly. Gold test pile, so let's see. Oh, because I really just need to check the UID. This is not going to be null. Alright, let me see. So So I really need to say if parent items dot items dot has or get item parent. Wait a minute. Loot box. Parent items. Dot parent items. Get item. Parent items dot items x dot uid. So does that work? No, that doesn't work. But if that equals null, so if we try to get the items from the main parent items list, which is this, and it's null, then we do the rest. And I think that means parent get prefix by UID, get item by UID, and we pass in prefixes x.uid. Okay, so I was just looking it up wrong, I think. Get suffix by UID, suffixes. Okay. Now that should disappear, I think. Good, it disappeared. And on our loot box itself. Aha, okay, so my loot box still has to go through that. So let's check that out. Loot box editor. So I'm going to comment out all this for now, because that's what's causing this. Trying to display is causing the error, and I want to be able to see the full inspector and to see that test file. Here we go. So this is what we need to clear out. So in our check for missing loot box items, what we're doing stuff, but we're missing something. We're not checking everything apparently. That's right. We're checking to see if we're missing an item setting, but we need to go deeper than that. So if we don't exit the GUI, then items settings dot check. We don't do a check on those. Items settings dot check for missing loot box items. And this is where we will do actually, I don't want to do it on there because this is a runtime thing. I want to keep it on the editor side of things. But I think we're going to do something very similar to this for each of the item settings. So for write from scratch though. Oh, cancel. So for int I equals items settings dot items to spawn dot count -1. I is greater than or equal to 0. I minus minus. And we need to do a different variable. So to x. So this will go through each one of these, and we'll say if so item to spawn it's gonna be loot box item to spawn item to spawn equals items settings dot items to spawn x. So if item to spawn dot item dot uid, so really we're going to be looking up in the parent items. And in this one, we got parent items like this. Something like this. Oh, we have the items listed right there. Okay. So if item to spawn dot items dot get item by UID that equals null, then items settings dot items to spawn dot remove at x, and we'll do the same for the prefix and suffix. Get prefix by UID, get suffix by UID, and prefix or suffix. Prefix, then remove at. So remove at if we don't have any of those that are hard-coded. This should be removed. But it's not. Why not? And why is this one giving us a null? Oh. So if this is random, then this won't exist. That's why this null reference is happening here. So if equals null, then continue. So skip anyone where the items is set to random, essentially. No, that didn't do the trick. Why not? Ah. If we have a prefix, try to get it. And if we have a suffix, try to get it. No? Yes? No? No. Another issue. Huh. I have to spawn. Count. X. Ah. It's greater than equals to 0. Alright, so this time it deleted it. Properly. I think. So, indeed, in gold, we no longer have the opportunity to do that pile, and in our level 1, it just disappeared entirely. I'm going to test again with a prefix though. I'm going to create a random prefix here, test, add that prefix, go to my loot boxes, level 1 enemy. We'll add a new item, say it's a loot box gold. Oh shit, okay, well that didn't work. Okay, clearly it's deleting something without me asking it to. So, debug.log, removing item, and suffix and prefix. Don't care about the spelling. It's removing because the item UID is null. Ah. If item. Because if we don't have an item, i.e. it's random, we don't need to check that. We only need to check it if there is an item listed. Nope. Huh. Look at the inspector. Well, it has an item, but everything's null. So the object name isn't. Yeah, okay, we'll do it this way. If string.is null or white space. If it's not null or white space, then we'll check. If it's null or white space, then we don't need to worry about it. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so that's fine. But we do need to go back to our items in gold and allow the prefix to be used. Because right now we're not allowing it to be used. And then if we go to back here, now say test, and if we go to our items again, gold, delete that. Loot boxes. Aha, error. Okay. So we're still we didn't delete it properly. Good thing I tested. Let's comment these out again. Let's see why. So it's our third one. I know. Oh, hey, Jason. How'd your thing go today? I hope it went well. I hope you were well rested. I know they don't have prefix and suffix, but I need to test to see what happens when I delete the prefix and suffix. For some reason, I can't find it. Oh, item mod has been destroyed. We are still trying to reference it. I see. Parent items dot prefixes. So apparently this didn't get rid of it. Might check for missing loot. Prefix names. Parent items. Parent items. Prefix null, then Maybe that'll fix it. Let's see. Okay. That seemed to fix it. Okay. Do I really want to return nulls? Yes, sometimes I do. When this is random, then the entry in should be null. Well, or this. It's not null here actually. It's just empty. And for the other things, these are null when there's nothing there, and when they're random as well, because they'll be populated later. So in this case, yes, I do want some to be null, if I'm understanding the question correctly. All right, I think that was the checks that I wanted to suddenly do. I can't remember what I was doing right before that, however. Oh, now I remember. Yes, I need to set up for these items. I need to set up the inventory aspect, the inventory module aspect. So we need to add to these our dictionaries for inventory width, height, object. I'm just gonna copy these, and these are all gonna be ints. And this could be a vector too now, but I think I did this before. I had the concept of a vector 2 in there. So let's just bring that up right here. So on my demo items here, just need to add those. Add. Oh yeah, duh. Inventory width, inventory height, inventory object, inventory spot Y, and spot X, int, Apple int, object should be a prefab, width and height are both ints, okay, and do the same for this. Actually, let me do it in the right order. Do it in the same order so I don't confuse myself later. Height, object, spot Y, and spot X, int, prefab, int, and int. All right. So I'm just going to make the quest item. There's only the one. I'm going to make it 2 by 2. And I need to make the object for the gold piles. Small gold pile, large gold pile. Large gold pile will make it 3 by 3. Small one will be 2 by 2, or medium one, and the small one will be 1 by 1. We need to make the objects for those as well. And the reason why I'm keeping gold piles here is I want to have a demonstration of how to use the inventory module with something that isn't going to be picked up, to basically say, oh, shoot, that object's not going to be picked up, therefore do something else. And with gold pile, you're not actually going to pick it up the way you pick up something else. Instead, when you click it, it's just going to go into your gold, counter. And so I wanted to have that as a demo. I know it's something I'll be doing for Legend of the Stones, but I wanted to make it a demo as this so that other people, if they do end up using the inventory module, can kind of make use of it. That's the idea. So now I need to create those objects. So the only one I need for the world is going to be the quest item, which is the seed of the ever tree. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of copy something. I think a helmet is 2x2. So I'm going to copy this and call this seed of the ever tree. And so demo items and prefix is now empty. That was created when I did the test, but we're going to say create folder, objects inventory, and objects world, and seed of the ever tree. This is the world item, and helmet seed of the ever tree or inventory. And for both of these, I'm going to add, or I'm just going to change the prefab. Make this a different cube, or create object, and we're going to make a capsule and make that smaller. Bring it up. All right, that's good. And then what other colors do I have? I have green. I have green. Make this green. Delete. Capsule collider. Okay, so that's now the seed of the ever tree. Very pretty, right? And then seed of the ever tree inventory is going to be, that's how I do it. That's right. Bring the world item in. On the world item, turn off the rigid body and the script. Turn on top left. And then move view this way. Move this down to be about centered. That. Assuming that the helmet is centered, I'm going to assume that that's centered too. And then turn off top left. Save. Alright, so now we need to do the same for the gold piles. Okay, so start with the world version. And is there another thing that's 3x3 here? 3x4 for chain armor. Same with that. 2x2 for the boots, helmet, shield. Nope, large shield. Close, 3x4. Alright, the nothing is 1x1. Alright, that's fine. I'll just go with it. We'll just eyeball it for the most part. We're going to call this small gold pile. And let's start with this one. Create empty. We're just going to make these a sphere. Make it flat. Make it smaller. Put it here. Make it gold. that. I guess that's fine. I don't even know how big it needs to be. Small gold pile. Inventory. Oh, and this needs to be set properly as well. Prefab. Bring in a small gold pile. Turn on top left. Zoom. Small gold piles. Now this is only be 1 by 1. So I'm just going to put it here. I'm going to just turn that off because I want to use that as reference for the other two as well. Save that. And then I'm going to do 2 more. Just copy these. And call it medium gold pile and large gold pile. And do the same here. Medium. Large. And we will then open up the inventory version of the medium. Turn on top left, turn on the seed of the ever tree so we can see the relationship here. I'll save it, but we need to do the world version first. So medium, we're just going to say, oops, duplicate this, duplicate it, duplicate it, duplicate it, duplicate it. That's our gold pile. Bring a couple of them up above the rest. That's our gold pile. Looks like a beautiful gold pile. And so here we will bring the world object in. And down there. Turn this or delete that. Keep that there just for reference. Remove those components. So changes. Did I do that for the small? Did I remove the components? I did not. Wrong button. I did not. Large gold pile world. Copy these, print those, print these, duplicate it. Alright, that's our large gold pile. Perfect. Go to our inventory, bring in the world item. Turn these both on, delete the small gold pile. Center this. It's going to be 3 by 3. So we'll just kind of let it go over the edges a little bit. Delete that now. Turn this off. remove these components. Save it. All right. Those should be good now. Oh, and I just need to add them to the objects here. What objects do I do? I think I do the inventory objects, but I just want to check with these ones. Yes, the inventory objects. Okay. The gold, each one of these will get its inventory object. So large and medium and small. And for the seed of the Evertree, it will get the seed of the Evertree. And there was one other thing I wanted to check. Okay, that should be fine. Let's see what happens. Oh. Still a null reference. Why? Spots 211. Inventory height. Box manager. Debug.log item is item.name. Full name. Small gold pile is saying null reference. Why is that the case? No dictionary. What's it trying to call? Inventory height. Did I spell it wrong? Inventory height. Inventory height. Interesting. Oh, so this is one of the things that there could be a better way, and Jason, as I was telling everybody at the beginning of the stream, you made my brain wheel start moving, and this is related to that. There could be a better way to do this, because the problem that we're facing here is that this item, the small gold, the seed of the Evertree, all those have already been duplicated onto other sections, but we just changed the main parent. So on the other sections, I need to go back and just confirm that the dictionaries are accurate and update those. So if we look at our loot box items as the starting point here, I don't think this is it, but maybe it is actually, because here we are indeed right here, and no dictionary key value pair, except for gold value. So we need to update these on the loot box items. So on loot box items, we're going to create a method called public void relink item data, and all we're going to do is say for each loot box parent items in loot box parent items, then for each item in parent items.items, item equals parent items dot parent items dot get item by UID item dot UID dot clone. I can't do this. Why? Why can't I do this? Do it a different way. So it's basically saying, hey, just update this, and then I'm going to call this a couple places. On obviously, if I'm in the Lootbox Items editor, I'm going to do that, and we'll do that here, or if no script will return, otherwise script.relink item data. And so if we now come here, we should just see it update. Oops. That's it. Does its thing. There it is. So now when we come here, but also we want to do the same thing when we come to our loot boxes as well, because there's always a chance that you'll change that stuff and you won't come back here. You won't click these. Instead, you come back and you come here. If that's the case, let's see, do we have the same things, same issue here? Gold items, item, dictionary, key values, correct. Nope, no we don't, because that one's empty. Small gold pile, dictionary, key values. Okay, so this updated. But I'm going to test this by going to my items, gold. We'll add a new dictionary item. We'll call it test. And just expose that. I don't think that matters, but we'll do it anyways. Go to our loot boxes. Now we should see it here. It's not here. So that means that in our loot box script itself, we need to relink item data. So loot box items. Do something similar. There's my loot box. It's not there anymore. So for each loot box, each loot box items, loot box item in settings. Thank you for subscribing, 3PO. Always appreciate that. As well. Glad you're here. Items, settings. Loot box item settings, we'll call it then, so we don't have a confusion there. So for each of our item settings, and then in our loot box item settings dot items to spawn, so first thing, yeah, okay. Loot box. Item settings dot loot box items dot parent. Come on, where am I getting the parent from? This is the parent item. That's the loot box items. Ah. That should do the trick. I think this is the longest stream I've done so far. 4 hours. I'm getting hungry. I didn't eat food before this. I had a late lunch and it was tasty. But... oh. Does that happen here? This should have been updated. I thought. Because now this has a test inventory thing on it. So it's not, oh, we got an error, duh. Okay. Okay, there's no UID. So that's because it's yeah. So we need to say if string dot is null or y space UID, then continue, because that means it's random one, essentially. I believe. Oh, well, not necessarily. All right. Let's see. Again, if the items is random, then we don't need to do anything. Oh, okay, so this one updated here. And did this one update now? No, this one's still not updating. Why is this one not updating? We have 3. And then basic. We're not doing any basic armor? So we have 3, and 2 of them have a UID, 1 does not, because it's random. So the first 2 should have had their stuff updated, but they didn't. Why didn't they? Why didn't they? Item settings. Items to spawn. Items, get item by UID. One, two, three, four, five, 6. Weird. Why is it saying 7 when I see 6 clearly here? I must be updating the wrong thing or something. Item UID 280. Item object name. Object name. Item to spawn the item the object name. And I'm gonna try to customize that and see if I see it spit out. The first one is now going to be small gold pile exclamation marks. Alright, so that's clearly okay. Clearly I'm not actually updating these. I'm updating something, not these. Debug.log relink for game object.name object name this dot name, this dot game, the object dot name, this, I don't know what that's gonna spit out. Relink for enemy, level 1 enemy. Okay. Level 1 enemy. Item settings, item settings. For item settings, items to spawn. Oh, so it is updated because it changed the name. But it's not giving us the right number of key values. So weird. What if I do small gold pile for the third one? Interesting. So it only worked after I went to the loot box items, which was not the point. Loot box items. Loot box item settings. Item settings. Why is that? Okay. Loot box item settings. Loot box item settings. We have loot box items. Items to spawn. Each items to spawn has items in these. I just don't know why that wasn't updating. Back to my items. Do a dictionary test. Another test. And then go to my loot boxes. It's not updated. If I go to this, and then here, it's updated. So loot box item gets updated perfectly fine. So how about in our item settings, we say loot box items dot prelink data, and then we do the rest. So if I now go back to my gold, say third test, add. You see it there. Loot boxes, one enemy, third test. Okay, that works. And now I can also then technically delete those unneeded things, and then go back, and they should gone. Alright. Now let's press play. First, let me remove these debugs. Alright, press play. Bugs, damn it. Why? Small gold pile. And maybe it's because of this. Item list. Earlier I did say I always had trouble with the last, and I didn't understand why it didn't work. So maybe that was it. Probably not. No, that wasn't it. Okay. For some reason, item.fullname or spot X or Y aren't there, so let's figure out what it is. Something else. Panel manager. Maybe panel manager doesn't seem to exist. Aha! We don't have a panel manager. Where are we supposed to get the panel manager? Do we not have it in the scene? It's right here. So that means, okay, I know why. Where's the script now? So panel manager is getting its reference set at awake, and we are also doing these on awake, and that is why. So essentially panel manager has not yet been set up. So our loot box manager, with this bit that says generate loot on awake, we need to actually start a enumerator, if I'm doing this right. Generate on awake. If not panel manager, actually, this is going to be a confusion for stuff. So what instead I'll do, if not panel manager, then we'll say debug.log error. It looks like you may be trying to generate loot on awake using the inventory module. You'll need to wait at least one frame for panel manager to be set as a reference before generating the loot. You can, yeah, that's it. Easy solution. Nah, I'm not even gonna write that. Okay, so just a error there and say returned, essentially. And that's fine because, as I said earlier, it's probably better to not, for many cases, it's better to not do it. And if it, you know, if you're not using the inventory module, which I expect a lot of people won't, then it doesn't really matter. So for these, I'm going to say generate, not generate on awake, not generate on awake. And then when they get clicked, when they get clicked, I'm going to say generate. And let's check what happens when I click these buttons. What did I say? I'm saying box manager got clicked. Box manager got clicked. So I'm going to create a new method because I actually don't want that one to be public. This is of course a demo script. Void got clicked loot demo. And so we're going to say get component loot box manager. Dot generate this needs to be public. Generate the rest I'm not doing because it's handled here. I just need to update these. Got loot demo. Got loot demo. Alright, now let's see if it works. Alright. But it didn't load the stuff. Why not? I gotta get rid of some of these debugs. Box button got clicked. Item, small gold pile. The other thing I want to do is make sure bool overwrite existing equals false. So we're going to say if not overwriting existing and generally release the count is greater than 0, then return. Because we're not going to generate anything if we don't want to overwrite. That way if I click that button twice, it won't try to fit more stuff in there. The only problem here is it didn't load the inventory, which it was supposed to. And that's probably because we're doing box manager, this, and then on the got click, there's all this other stuff. So we're populating the items list, WhatsApp, set up available items. What does that do? Okay, we're not doing that. And then this part, we still have to call. So let me just call those. Now let's see if it works. There we go. We only got one thing. Oh, the gold pile's not showing. How come the gold pile's not showing? Probably because it's the wrong layer. Yes, it needs to be UI inventory. So let's go to these and make them all UI inventory. There we go. So the leather armor couldn't fit. Now technically it could have fit, but it can't fit because there wasn't space. Let's do that again. Oh, good. See, it's not overwriting. Now let's check out the boss. Ooh, look at that large gold pile. It's totally off-centered. Save that. Close it and load it up again. Ah, it's more centered. See? So now we got all that stuff. And I want to see my loot box in the world here. Goblin boss now only has these 6 items. Nice. Oh, wow. Could only fit this many, huh? That time a lot more got fit. Okay, I'm gonna add a couple more things to the goblin loot box. So in the loot box items, I'm gonna add a new one. Create item, loot box items. I'm gonna call this basic weapons. And we're gonna do our inventory demo. Item, we're going to add the axe and the spear and the staff and the sword. Prefixes, we'll add a bunch of those too. And gods, ultimate power, theft, cool, those are good. And then loot boxes for the goblin boss. I'm going to say, you know what, let's add, I'm going to remove the rich house items. I'm going to add in some basic weapons. And for the basic armor, I'm going to say 1 basic armor, and then 2 basic weapons, maybe. And then I'm going to add another basic armor, so that if we can get through all these basic weapons, we're going to add in some more armor. The idea being that, you know, since these happen in order, I might want to increase the chance that weapons are shown. And if I just say, hey, do a bunch of armor and then do the weapons, then there's a less chance the weapons are going to show because the armor will fill up. So now we've got 1, 2 forced items and 6 potential items. Now all I have to do is press play, load that up, and I get even more stuff. So chain armor couldn't fit, but then other things after that did fit, so they loaded. If we go to our demo boss here, chain armor here, so we do need to say then, I mean, I kind of want to delete this if it's not going to be there. It doesn't really matter in the end, but it could be confusing for somebody later, looking at the code, I suppose, or looking at the scripts and be like, hey, why didn't the chain armor go there? So let's see if it can't fit. We'll just return false. And then return true at the end. And then for this one, we'll say for each item, and we'll do a new list item, delete list. This new list item. So if we can't do that, then delete list.add item, and then if delete for each item in delete list, generated loot.first or default x.uid equals x.items uid equals delete or item.uid. Can I get the index of this? First index. At that. Okay, let's see if that works. broken chain armor got removed. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. Okay. Perfect. That's it. The only other thing now is to, you know, I can pick these up like expected. Got the Evertree. See? So that can go there. Don't have right clicking here because that's not part of this demo. But this is a problem. So this is the next thing to do, to say, oh, you picked up one of these. Don't pick it up. Instead, destroy it and add gold to your gold counter. But otherwise, you can pick it up and throw it down. And then there's a pile of gold on the ground. Gold pile. So there you go. All right. Long stream. Over 4.5 hours. I'm hungry. It's late. I do want to do the gold thing. I might do it tomorrow morning. I'm going to book another stream for tomorrow. I'll decide later what time. I might want to sleep in a little bit. So, take a walk in the morning. So, thank you all for participating. It's been a wonderful time. We got a lot done. I'm very happy with the loot module. Probably going to go through and clean up a little bit more here and there. I've got more stuff to think about that Jason had gotten my brain working on earlier. But I like the way this works, personally. It seems to work pretty well, and I like that it's relatively easy to set up, easy to modify, so that you can always change things on the fly in your game and always get these random stuff while also forcing specific things. And it has the ability to be modified in the script, so that's cool. So, thanks all for joining, and I will see you another day.